Good morning. Hmm. Let me fix the Twitch setup. Have to set the category. Very nice. Cool. I think this is good. Um, so the only question here, hey Jess, I'm gonna switch the screen over in a second. Let me just set up a couple things on the side monitor here. Twelve. Mm-mm. Yeah. Let me set up YouTube switch. Yeah. Yeah. Just give me a second. I'm just setting up a couple quick things on the side here, and then I'll switch the thing over. Had a whole bunch of business things to deal with this morning. All good. We have some nice stuff to work on today. For sure. Figure out. Mm-mm-mm. Have to set up my side monitor content. And then because we have some pretty slow work to do today. I'm gonna talk about it in a second. Hey Arch, welcome. Actually, I can flip this screen real quick. That's fine. We'll flip the screen over to this in the meanwhile. Mm-hmm. Anything else that I need? We're gonna be working on the new algorithm changes in a little bit here. Cool. Cool. I think we're set. This at least. Yep. Set this other thing up. The random crap. Send you my regards. Thank you. Almost messed that up. Hello, welcome, Liberty. I'm just getting set up. We're going to be working on the algorithmic changes to the optimizer and such. It's actually a very, very cool piece of work. I just have to get myself set up on the side here. Yeah? Oh. Almost there. And we're going to basically be digging into paper. Okay, perfect. Another 30 seconds and I should be fully set up. Perfect. Okay. And 1, 2, 3. Cool. I'm all set up. So, let me explain what we are doing here. This one. This one. We have Adam Rel here. This is the original. This is the original Adam equation. And apparently, they just reset the t, which that doesn't make full sense to me yet. gradient g, parameters theta, and the learning rate. Resulting update is a ratio of two different momentum terms. Oh yeah, Atom has two moments, Moment only has one. These terms use different exponential decay coefficients. Under stationary gradients, the overall magnitude of the two momenta is independent of the value chosen for each of the coefficients. They must be renormalized for a given finite time step t, bt, and m. T counts the update steps since the beginning of training. Oh, you see this? I see. Okay, nice. Now we need to compare this to muon, FBR. I see. Oh, multiple, just one optimizer. This is what I'm doing here. This is not like how do we make the optimizer better overall. This is like there's a specific like mathematical problem with the optimizer in this setting that needs to be fixed. That's the way to see this. It looks the same. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, retro. Not hello, everyone. Okay. I don't understand why these two are different. Do you? Oh, wait, they are the same. Those are absolutely the same. Hmm. Okay. Chocolate chip cookie, Jess, and some coffee. Part of this approved diet. Mm-hmm. I mean, partially just that's just because it adds a lot of code and it's like kind of annoying to make fast. I don't actually know whether it matters to have biases on the nets or not. I kind of figure that it doesn't. I don't know if anybody's actually tested that recently on like modern networks. I was pretty sure that this was like XOR stupid era thing. Mm-hmm. Sama, there's no politer way of responding to that than saying it's fucking retarded. Like at that point, you're not a developer. Please get another, just get another job, please, because you're basically just a professional problem maker. This one. Yeah, I mean, if you want, you'll see I'm still using models, and I am not proud of this, by the way. The thing I'm doing here, this is not me being like, oh, look, I don't need to know the math, I just use the model. Like, I'm admitting here my math fucking sucks because I prioritize my engineering background knowledge, right? So this is a crutch. Absolutely, this is a crutch right here. Like, it would be strictly better if I just had a better idea of what I was doing. This is bad. Yeah, I have to understand this better. Really need to understand this. Any mathy people watching this? There's a thing here I could use some assistance with if anybody has the background. I mean, I think that this is a pretty simple problem. Like, look, the accumulation, the exponentially decaying average form is a little different here. So in atom, the magnitude comes from the momentum. So you apply this correction to the start of the EDA. Um, and you get this term in here. But because you have the orthogonalization step, muon doesn't do this. But the problem is, I think you're still in the in the EDA on M or on O, or whatever here. You're still encoding the stationarity assumption, just differently through the magnitude of the update. So wait, then where does the magnitude come from? I'm kind of confused. Uh, Dropout log prop works perfectly. Heh, that's nice. Yeah, fin turn is just good. Howdy. Hmm. So that's interesting, I suppose. You're doing mean grad anyways, so that doesn't mess with batch size and stuff. Hmm. Okay, so I think if anything, it's completely dependent on the LR decay, right? Take a look. What we need is here. This is written out as a recurrence, right? Oh, actually, hang on. That is... Huh. So we intentionally... That's so weird, actually, how that works now that I'm looking at it. Hmm. Bias correction term, right? Do I understand fully? Adaptive refresh. Instead of computing K, what's K? Wait, there isn't a K in this, is there? Come across puffer. Multiple custom multi-agent write environment written in Python. If I wrap it settings, you can use puffer. Um, Puffer will be faster at training, but very likely the end will be the bottleneck. If you really want to get into high perf training, I'd take a look at some of our intro materials. Like, porting stuff to low level is dramatically easier than you'd expect. Very oftentimes, we take research grade Python sims, we port them to C, we end up with shorter, simpler code, and it runs a million times faster. So, like, you can technically wrap it using, I believe, Puffer 3, we still have those wrappers. We dropped them in Puffer 4, and in Puffer 5, it's just pure end-to-end Q to C, just because it's, like, not even worth supporting anymore because of how big of a speed difference it is. Mhm. We can actually, in our latest dev build, we've hit up to 50 million step per second training on a single GPU. It's pretty nuts. Dude, wait, you're doing second order? This is a different thing, man. This is just a straight bias correction. It's out. I didn't even know it was audio only when they were recording it, by the way. Is this correction act? I don't know if this correction actually works. Multi-agent transformer. Are you sure you need a multi-agent transformer? Like, we do a lot of multi-agent tasks, and we don't ever need the super heavy architecture. Kind of just works. It's not bottleneck. It's not audio only. Eh, I don't know. If there's video, I didn't see it. Ah, right, because the second. Okay, interesting. Well, this is why this thing happens this way. I use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry, the puffer. All right. Dynamic groups under intermittent communication. Graph-based architectures. I mean, have you tried like really simple, like really simple entity encoders? We've gotten pretty results just doing like very simple entity-based architecture fast with just stupid amounts of samples. Get a blanket. Cold in here. I need it cold to be able to think. Okay, so muon. What do we know from this? Muon wants every update to be the same size, and it controls decay with simple like cosine annealing. That's the only mechanism. Atom uses the momentum to control step size. It uses the magnitude to control step size, but it ends up still needing a frickin' decay factor anyways. Way ahead of you, Jess. Where does this break? Well, this definitely breaks. This definitely breaks with the like long sample, high sample reuse setting, right? Add it for comparison. It'll probably be less sample efficient or whatever, but like we can really crank some samples on our setup and it just works better. I mean, it really depends on like the performance regime that you're in. Things behave dramatically differently when you're like printing stuff 10 mil plus SPS. Unaware of Puffer. He didn't think fast was possible. Well, I think he's focused on like learn from a single stream or whatever, which is kind of funny. I think that the thing that he's after isn't possible, but what we can do is make it fast. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, I think I see what's happening here. Okay. Okay. So that's weird. Okay. Dynamics of Muon are significantly different then. People. It used to. We have our own implementation now. We don't use any Python. I mean, if you want the base math, there's a much better written textbook than you'll get out of GPT. It's kind of funny that people suggest that to me. Oh, wait, it does. Is worse. Are you from undergrad Stanford, PhD is MIT? This is bad. This is bad. I'm trying to think what are the things I know absolutely for certain. We definitely want to have the update be proportional to the unclipped fraction. Let me see. Where's our Moen formula? Okay, so we have orthogonalized update here. So, yeah, we can just scale this update by the clip frac. And we should prevent destroying the weights, the momentum, because there's only one update directly on the momentum. But then to prevent destroying the momentum, we'd end up zeroing this out, right? Why you need to understand the muon. So, update muon. So the problem is that it's set up to solve a stationary optimization problem, but each epoch of RL is essentially a different stationary problem. So the way that the momentum is updated each time is biased, and you can kind of trivially prove this. Like I can set the clip frac to be 0, for instance, and have momentum still destroy the policy. And even if I fix that problem with the obvious fix, you'll still destroy the momentum buffer. So, yeah, it's an issue. I need to figure out how to specify this precisely. All the thing is, the optimizers are all defined for a stationary problem. This is a limitation of not just Muon but other algos, but the correction that is applied to Atom needs to be adjusted for Muon. You need two different betas. I guess you sort of do. So in the one update setting, this is equivalent to Muon. We're gonna see about this. I think there's still there's one other bias term to correct. Take some time. I'm hoping I'm not overcomplicating this. A very small amount crit. Actually, I can ask Keller about this. It's a 2-layer EMA is the problem, Ethan. Because what you have, if you can think of the RL opt-in problem as essentially solving a sequence of stationary optimization problems. So we'll see if this works. I don't like the extra hyper, though technically we could just have it be fixed the same. It's still a little janky, though, isn't it? You run your model in EMA. I don't know what There's like a pretty big space of things that could mean, dude. Like, if you have your loss, RL's weird because your loss is or your gradient magnitude, it's probably gonna look like this. Kind of an issue. Why is that? So you're doing multiple mini batches, right, over the same fixed set of data. So that's this. And then typically in RL, your gradient magnitude goes up over time. So technically, you can also get the opposite one. Depending on your problem, it is also possible that you get, you basically get this. So, like, this is also possible. Actions with EMA? What do you mean sample the actions? Can't sample actions with EMA, my guy. Is this, wait, does this match? Okay, I'm being dumb, but let me go to this. Oh, EMA the weights? That's a really weird norm. Yeah, okay, this isn't annoying. Yeah, we don't have a weight EMA though, dude. That's a pretty different technique. That's like the target network thing. That's more off for off Paul. Tricky. I think we can try on Adam Rel though. We can try the other thing on Adam Rel. Whereas, yeah, that's what it's doing. I'll be right back. Let me use the restroom again. I'm drinking lots of coffee. Also, just have to stay moving. This is pretty tiring work. Mentally, pretty fatiguing. Be right back. Okay. So in the meantime, mm-hmm. I guess the other stupid thing to do would just be to throw decay on it, right? Was the original thing. No, that's really dumb. But wait, is this not the same as having to solve all of Schedule Free? It is, right? I think that this problem maps to another problem that I know is hard. Tricky. We tried that before, it doesn't work. The answer, Ethan, was not just do Schedule Free. It was like, oh crap, this is like Schedule Free, and Schedule Free doesn't work. So I wonder if it doesn't work specifically because of the non-stationarity. I'm thinking just it's possible that this is the idea that we need, but it needs a correction factor. We might be able to get this to work with a correction factor. Target or in a similar way? I think there is, isn't there? Thing. Is it all related? Might be too much all at once, let me think. This is too much all at once, though. Hang on. We should also not get too excited about these. These results are very narrow. I would not take this paper as gospel whatsoever. So this is much... Hang on. Let's first fix clip. Problem is you can't do cosine decay on this, can you? Hmm. Wait, can't you? No, because you keep getting fresh data. So we don't really have. Tough problems. Tricky. What's been happening? But if you're too, I mean, we have guides on all sorts of stuff to how to get into this. We do make quite a bit of educational stuff. I'm trying to think with this. We do Adam Rel. We hope this fixes some of the momentum bugs with just scaling up time steps. We see if we're hitting clip bounds. We make an adjustment for clip bounds. We see if that allows us to further push the time or the RR. If it does, we're happy. We adapt this thing to Muon and we run a lot of tests. I think that's it. Right? Schedule the free thing is different. Adam Rel is a very simple change. Clipfrac update is a very simple change. It's just the Muon adaptation that's hard. So don't do the Muon adaptation without knowing the Clipfrac change, right? I think that's good. Momentum magnitude is already affected by Brad. So I think it's literally just you scale the update by clip and you're done. We'll see. How well does PPO work with highly stochastic? Highly stochastic's not a problem. Do you have specific stuff in mind? There are a lot of these problems that people think of as like tough because they're hard to deal with in the theoretical lit, but like stochastic is not in practice a hard thing to deal with. Like we call that randomization. We love randomization. Yay. Okay. This is good. This is actually good. We have to figure out exactly how we're applying this thing. Hmm. Interesting. So we actually already by chance had it in how is this mu effective? Oh. An error. Subtle error. Think that that fixes this. Now, if this still breaks, we have to figure out why. Like, by what mechanism? But the nice thing, right? Momentum accumulation is automatically fixed for us. Do we have to separate the value momentum? We can just figure this. Hmm. Bruh. No. What else would this be if this does not work, right? This is track. Well, I guess we'll not pre-anticipate. We'll just get the result and then we'll think about it. Better at this point. Yeah, I think we can do this without an extra hyper even. We can do this without a extra hyper. What the heck is it doing? Oh, we'll give it a second. Still collapses after this. Probably will. Guess it's just the clip coefficient's not being a good trust region, right? Okay, so value is not really getting clipped at all. Yeah, so it's not really clipping the value at all. Okay, so we're still moving. We're still moving the policy quite a bit. I'm trying to think how do we consider this separate? The momentum thing is a big issue. But, hang on. Fuck? Okay. Hello, welcome. Okay. So... Wait, did this thing do it weird? See how high this gets. Zero. 0. 3. Okay. That's nice. What the hell does it keep why does it keep pasting shit, man? Welcome. Hello. I don't review random apps outside of Puffer. I review RLNs and project contributions. And I'm in the middle of a pretty tricky bit of algorithm work as well. Wait, the clip frac. Does it go up? It does. It does go up massively, right? 0.3. Okay, so then clip. Like this. Huh? Okay, so now the question is whether these clipping bounds actually do anything. So this should result in a much higher clip frac. Possibly, yes. Seems stable. Should be better than before, you would think, no? That still doesn't make sense, right? So you basically want... I guess you could do the KL early stop as well. Is that better? Because clip frac is per sample, right? See if that does anything. Oh, that's much more stable. Yo, wait a second. That is much more stable. Holy crap. I clip frac. Oh yeah, that's better. Yeah, so I think that the issue here is gonna just be it's actually not even that bad. Way better than before, though, guys. Like, way, way better than before. Like this, maybe? Scale's very low here. Encouraging. 528. It's way closer, though, regardless. It's coming along. We got some progress. And Grok's being dumb. $8:45. Hello, hello. I mean, there's significant degradation here. I guess we could do like Not IS. Various corrections though. This just doesn't seem like a good trust region at all. Kind of annoying. You can move that of head. We'll try that. Host check is valid. Stupid thing just makes my code slow. I have to understand the relation of KL and the important sample as well. That's pretty crazy. Okay. Hmm. 14 evals. Upper drive. Upper drive definitely needs some work. I don't know if it's well posed on 5 yet. I need to take some time to look through your stuff, Glitzy. I'm exhausted from this at the moment, though. This is a lot. I have a lot of different things I'm holding in my head here. How does that make sense? Hmm. What I missed? Hey, Jess. We are currently messing with various correction mechanisms, and it's pretty tiring, I gotta say. It's pretty tiring. for your intuitions. Definitely there's an interaction with the momentum at high sample reuse. So that correction is definitely important. I don't know whether we're doing it correctly yet or not. But some of the earlier conclusions about like KL not giving you a good trust region that don't seem to make sense. I think it might very well just be an artifact of momentum handling poorly. I don't know, there's been so much on noise on X lately that I just started muting people who are clearly imbeciles. It's kind of like trying to drain the ocean one cup of water at a time, but I think it helps a little bit. Apply stop. Yeah, yes, the correction is wrong. Momentum accumulation is wrong. Um, put Google in this. What? That wasn't my reading at all, man. I mean, I think Google would be batshit insane to get rid of Demis. I think that Demis and Jeff Clune both got bored. I mean, not Jeff Clune, Jeff Dean. My assumption would be that they just both got bored and sick of dealing with the big company bullshit and want to do their own thing now. They're sacking him? Well, that's just idiots on X. I highly, highly doubt that Demis wants to spend his life, like, making LLM but the shitty Google version with way too many people that's still worse, right? He's got better shit to do than that. Like, frankly, the reason that Google can't just do this, I highly doubt that it has anything to do with the tech whatsoever, and it just has to do with the stupid bloated organization. Demis does lots of things. He's also pretty obviously the smartest of the AI CEOs or AI leads, whatever. Pretty obviously. Of D3, what? Just out here, piece. Yeah. Uh, Funny. Yeah, that's dumb. What's going on here? Thing takes too long. There we go. Oh, because it disabled the freaking photographs, that's why. Something's very wrong, yeah. That should have worked, so I'm assuming it just did it wrong. But it did took the coup de graphs out. Right? Let's use SGD without momentum, yay! Doesn't work. Let's see. compacting model. No way you need a line search. I see. So we can't tell by how much we shift KL, I suppose, right? With AI, I find it's hard. That's why I'm using Grok. It's because the model is faster. With Codex, my work feels absolutely awful. Like, you may as well just not do anything. Because it's like, it takes so long to reply that by the time I get a response, and half the time it's wrong anyways, I no longer even remember or care about what I was doing. Yeah, I think we need to do TRPO. Not permanently, but to test this. Mostly they can because they know what they're doing. Yeah, faster models work better. Yeah, so this is the issue with like the people like, oh, you need to be using the latest model, the slowest. How does it matter? It's so intelligent. It's because they're like they have no value add over the model. They literally have no idea what they're doing. So they're basically just getting whatever base results are coming from the current model capabilities, which despite all of the evals and all the fancy problems and stuff, like you can just go use the models on any hard problem that you actually know about, and you'll see they're incredibly stupid. Like, okay, they might be superhuman intelligence in some very narrow ways, but they are definitely not generally intelligent. I mean, it makes as much sense to call these things generally intelligent as it does to call my breakout model generally intelligent, because it's generally good at playing breakout. Like, no. Yeah, we need TRPO at the moment just to run this experiment because we essentially need to understand whether its KL itself is just like not a good bound condition, which would seem really weird, or it's the momentum stuff, and we need to isolate these two things. Mhm. This is fair. Using simple algo to address. It doesn't learn, it just solves. What do you mean? Like, yeah, you can obviously you can write a scripted thing in Breakout that'll just work as well. Not the point. Okay, so full TRPO. This gives us a guarantee on our KL constraint. We can experiment with that with the momentum term. Because we no longer have to worry about the clip or overshoot being wrong. Better. I'm trying to think what else we would have to do with this. So, yeah, we would basically just use this to test the Atom Rel thing, and then to test our Muon momentum resets, right? What is this thing doing? Probably just has coup de graphs off, right? I would assume. Iteration time's getting too slow, though. 3:27, so I'm not going to be on here much longer anyways. But I think that so the realization here is decent, right? That we need to make sure essentially that we are actually staying within the KL bound. That is definitely the right clip thing if we want to have a trust region. And then that gives us a really, really clean setup to ablate any sort of momentum-based corrections to the optimizer, I would say. Here's the restroom. I'll be right back. All right. It's cool. What's on the agenda today? All right, let me go through this. So, there is a bias that we've discovered in PPO. It relates to optimizers with momentum, which are required but biased in this situation. We need to correct that. Unfortunately, uh, there's a problem with that in that there's a confounding variable, which is the clipping fraction or how PPO clips. And I tried a whole bunch of different things to deal with that. I tried a whole bunch of different corrections. Ultimately, I think that we just need to temporarily change from PPO to TRPO so that we can actually have a guarantee on the update sizes, which is really slow and crappy. But the idea is that we do this, we fix the momentum under the momentum update under TRPO with the isolated nice tests, and then we switch it back to PPO. Internship at OpenAI Go. Oh man, that was 7 years ago or something now. I mean, back then it was awesome. I've been pretty public saying it's the best place I've worked, but it's not the same company anymore. Back when it was like 100 people and they were doing lots of cool RL. Cool. So this should be fine. Now if this doesn't, it will no freeze Atom rel. Yeah, so this should work. Pretty simple changes, honestly. Clipping. It depends, Jess. So the main issue at the moment is it's obscuring what the correct momentum correction is. On its own, the clipping difference may or may not matter. Once we have the momentum correction, it's just making it impossible for me to actually understand what the correction should be. So the reason that we're doing TRPO is so that we get a guarantee on how much the policy KL moves. The clipping method actually doesn't really give you a good guarantee on that, and that matters when I run a ton of epochs over the data. I'm just trying to get something where you can spin the optimizer as much as you want, and it won't collapse your policy. You take your settings with 4 sample reuse, it solves. You crank it up to 200 sample reuse, and it still solves. The reason that doesn't work now is in my mind, a pure algorithmic error. It's a clear-cut error in the original PPO algorithm. No, just not today. This is a kind of this is a project worth spending a few days on, and it lines up nicely because we just finished some professional obligations. Based on what you're doing. Yeah. Um, this one is Adam Rel, and then not this one. Oh, is the Muon paper? No, what's the other paper I was looking at? Oh, I think it's actually just this one. I ditched the other one. You can start with this one. There's also an error on ClipFrac that the authors of this one miss. And then Muon, have to combine this with Muon. Agent. I don't keep up with language model stuff, man. I really don't. That's not my area. Link. Just Adam Rel. I'll put it in the chat if you really want. Here. Yeah. I'm suspicious of schedule free, Jess. So I looking at that paper, my quick I give it like 40% chance that that thing actually works generally. To my knowledge, I don't think that it's like in common use even in language models, and the tests are all just on language models. There is a thing that we can do, Jess. Is it the thing is wanting to just be able to continue with the same set of hypers, right? There's a different schedule that probably helps more with that we can try. It produces really gross learning curves, though. is why I've never messed with it. It's you do warm up, flat learning rate, and then you like cool down. Basically, you kneel down. So most of training is just flat. So if you want to make the training run longer, you just extend the flat portion. But then you get training curves that like go sort of down and then they jump way down at the very end. So you basically don't know if a run is doing well until literally the very end. Okay. This is important because I mean this gives us the mechanism by which to understand this. Even though this is just typing crap into LLM, I have to be very disciplined here to like not let it just run away and do dumb stuff. So we need to have only gating policy as well, right? What is that even supposed to do on the value net, huh? Of course, this takes forever, which is annoying. So now it's not even Grok now, it's just the experiment taking forever because it's TRPO. With very high number of epochs. Hmm. 3:54. I got an hour. I'm fine with this going a little slow today. I'm pretty tired. I kind of just want to make the few decisions I need to make to know where this is going to go next. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, this is cool. This is really cool. Okay, do we have this? Cool. Oh, yay. V movement next. Yeah, this is good. They gated it all. Because you can do the same thing, can't you? Blech. Is there a reason for that? Freely fits V every iteration. Does that make any sense? I mean, I guess they're doing limited iteration still, right? Let's see. I mean, we can pretty easily constrain V as well. Separate policy nets. Mm-hmm. I think you can do it on value movement, can't you? Just do line search. I don't see why you wouldn't. Yeah, you can't KL it, duh. think that works. Hey, Glitzy. Yeah, it's a lot. PPO, how hard? That's what we want. Easy. Such a mess with the algo research. Recap? Yeah, I can do a recap, Arch. I got another 40 minutes or something to attempt to get this to go. Update TRPO at the thing at the moment is updating TRPO to do a constrained value. To do constrained value function. And then seeing if that further fixes drift with lots of steps. This should be relatively quick. And then we have to run a couple long experiments. We are testing TRPO now. Like, again, the goal is not, oh, we're gonna replace PPO with TRPO. That's insane. The goal, right, is we're gonna do this for measuring the momentum changes, right? In order to eliminate that as a source of error. That's good, Convert. That's funny as hell. He has 14 mil. Who? Oh, that's funny. I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, it's gotta figure this out. Cool. Gotta do looser value clip. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so just broke something. And sort this out. And this should be able to get us to... Well, this has to get fixed first. And then we can crank up RR again. So the idea here is we have constrained policy and value updates, right? All right, yeah, there you go. Spruce this thing up. Cool. Um, Constrained policy and value updates. So now, question is going to be, can we just crank RR up? And then we can no longer say, oh, it just moves the policy or the value too much if you crank RR up. It can only break via momentum and optimizer jank. So we'll have just narrowed down the arrow surface. We'll have narrowed down the error surface very much, and we should be able to get it from there. We'll learn more bio. The goal is basically to make the momentum change, make sure it works under this, then knowing that the momentum is good, see if long epoch works with normal muon or whatever without the TRPO mess. I'm getting dinner at 5, so I got a 10-15 minute walk, half hour. I'm tired, man. We'll see whether I stream tomorrow. I have a few different projects I could be working on here. Depends how this goes. Oops. Yeah, lonely is back good. Okay, so it broke something and fixed it. That's what it's literally been doing the last 5 minutes. Just need these models to be faster, frankly. The main thing. Without relevant job experience. So I get a job in AI without relevant job experience. Well, you need relevant experience of some sort, right? I mean, there are a lot of like bullshit AI jobs these days that pay well that don't actually matter because the work is bullshit. I'm not the guy to ask if you want that. But assuming you mean like real AI job, then whether it's from a previous job or from open source or from publishing or whatever, you need experience from something. This wasn't terrible, the quasi endorsement. I mean, the only PR I've gotten where I've been like, damn, this is fucking awesome code was the original drone env. That was really good. Look at that. Hmm. Yeah, I reviewed the Drone and Von stream like long time ago. I also reviewed some of Finn's latest stuff where I told him like, hey, the pseudo like this like task API is not gonna be as fun as you think it is. And he basically figured out that I was correct, but he's working on other stuff now. Perfectly reasonable. A major problem after all if I'm not usually correct. That'd be good for something around here. This takes forever. But the idea is the trust region is supposed to hold. And anything that doesn't is the optimizer. Data annotate. Well, that's not really an AI job, so that's actually just a reasonable job that isn't really research or whatever. The bullshit jobs are like, I write for loops over LLMs. Takes forever. So, yeah, the off policiness thing is pretty freaking awful, but I mean, this feels like something we should be able to deal with some math. This feels like a problem I've just been avoiding, and we need to solve it, you know? I I have this thing because it's supposed to have cool research on it. I don't particularly see a cool research. I'll take some pixel art though. What's the problem? Oh, the problem I'm working on? So, each epoch of RL is essentially a different stationary problem. Um, Optimizers are built for stationary problems, but each epoch in RL is a different stationary problem, and essentially you get some screw up in the momentum because of this. And this among other things screws up high sample reuse. Oops, what do we get here? Blech. This is worse. No manual changes. Oh, you think that this is getting committed to Puffer? It's not. Not a damn line of what this thing writes is gonna go into Puffer. This is like experimental stuff to try to lock down the method, after which it's all gonna get like copied somewhere, like for safekeeping, reverted to the original, and then like much more narrowly scope applied to the original, and then the final diff will be tiny. Oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah, please write the code in the style of John Carmack on a near-lethal dose of cocaine. Yeah, that one works every time. The skill issue, man. You gotta just be better at using the AI. Says guy who doesn't know how to program. Funny. Google down 200 bill because Jeff Dean leave. Well, Demis as well, right? I could never be better at programming than AI. Absolutely, you can, dude. Finn is like Finn, who is our intern, is an undergrad, and he is absolutely kicking ass. You just think that the things are better than they are. Like the AI, okay, it's superhuman at some things, but it's like generally very stupid. It's not AGI. It's like very, very narrow intelligence presented as though it is broad intelligence. Like, this is the type of stuff we build with RL, right? We train agents that are superhuman on lots of tasks. We just don't pretend that they're general. He got demoted? I don't think that's true. What's your source on that? Time investment to reward ratio, but to get the job done is a... Well, what do you care about? Like, I mean, if you're just typing things into the AI without any knowledge of what you're doing, like, it might feel like you're getting things done, but you ultimately have to recognize that you're adding absolutely no value to anything whatsoever. And there might be some jobs you can do now with that, but longer term, there aren't going to be any whatsoever because like, you have no value if you have no knowledge. Simple as that. So, I mean, it's really up to you if you want to take the time to learn what's actually going on, understand the process, if you enjoy the engineering or not. And if you don't, I would strongly encourage you to find another line of work that you do enjoy because you're not going to have a good time if you don't want to learn some of the fundamentals. And I don't mean like stuffy classroom for 4 years learn the fundamentals. You can actually learn the ropes pretty quick and it's a lot of fun too. Build a couple puffer M's without like just letting the AI do it for you. Few hundred lines of code. Very, very simple first year of systems level concepts involved. You learn some high perf engineering. You build something pretty cool. Same techniques are applied everywhere. Like the theoretical stuff. Well, the thing with CS that's tough about the theory is the code ultimately runs on a computer. So, I mean, unless like you mean really, really theoretical stuff, like you just want to be like you want to be a professor in theoretical computer science where you improve like algorithmic complexity bounds or whatnot, then you need to know how the computer works. Mhm. Ooh, look at this. Look at this. But what do you mean aren't the models gonna get better? Is the question like, should I not learn to program because the models are just gonna do it for me? Like, in that case, why learn theoretical computer science? Because the models will just do that as well, right? Like, why learn anything if the models are just gonna do it? I think we're almost done here. We'll see whether this if this is stable, I'm pretty happy. I mean, literally, Sutton just tweeted the other day that his work was not primarily driven by math. So, a lot of experimental. Yeah, I mean, because what happens most of the time is the theoretical thing that you can prove is very, very, very weak, and then you go try it on every problem you can get your hands on, and it beats everything else, right? Why it's not you can't just make progress purely theoretical. Are you hiring? Sort of, not really. So our work is contract based, and when we expand contracts, we typically pull people that we have worked with before, either professionally or on one of the larger open source sub projects within Puffer. We are not yet doing full time positions because we are not taking funding, and as such, growth has to be organic with contracts. And contract based work doesn't give you like the full time fixed salary guarantee. At least not yet. We will probably expand a little bit once we get a bit bigger. Those people will come from most likely the top contributors and people who've done very impressive things around the project. Definitely won't be randoms. Um, but we don't intend to get very large, for sure. Like, I don't think Puffer needs to be that big in order to accomplish a lot of stuff. Goal is kind of to have a small, focused private lab. Though presumably some of the other things we do around Puffer we might hire people for. Eventually we'll be doing dedicated applications with Puffer, and we might hire externally for that. Yeah, dude, you can't replace... No, you can't replace Matmul with Hadamard. That's not... Like, that's nuts. Make a hedge fund? No, thank you. One of the last things I'd like to be doing with my life. Thank you very much. Was the model like... What was that model? What model, dude? What? Oh, Hadamard? Huh. I mean, that just has such, like, that's a weak point-wise interaction, right? Doesn't get you affine transformation. Yeah. Applications of Puffer. The thing I care most about is scientific simulation. Definitely won't be the only thing we do commercially, but that's what I care most about long term. And then it's all direct product. That works dramatically differently. There's a reduction operation, my guy. It's not direct product, actually. The difference, like, it literally that turns into a set of local matmals if you unroll it. Like, same thing. You can if you really write it out, you can turn it into a really bloated block multiplication with shared weights. Are you related to Adam Sandler? No. What? You want to know the really funny part about that question? I know that that's a name I should know, but I don't even know who that is. Who is this? Actor? Well, I haven't seen any of these, so. Meh. That's not me being a Zoomer convert. That's just me not watching movies ever. I genuinely don't watch movies like ever. Like, I don't watch TV series, I don't watch movies, I just don't. So, I'm pretty sure the last movie I watched was when I was still a PhD student. I watched A Few Good Men randomly. And I think before that I don't even know. I probably watched less than 5 movies in the last like 8 years or something. All right, I got a few minutes and then I gotta go. Hopefully, we get this test in. But that's basically it. I'm kind of just hanging out at this point. Rock 4-5. It's, well, okay, this is not. It's running a long experiment, but at the very least, excluding experiment times, it's at the very least faster. So if all the models are going to give me a wrong answer anyways, at least I get the answer faster. Generally a much better job of, if you're doing small scope changes, of keeping me in the loop. Codex just takes too long. And then it comes up, like, it does, if you try to just say, oh, it's smarter so I can let it go do things on its own, right? Like, no, it just does dumb bullshit anyways. So for my liking, this is better. Honestly, the best thing they could do is if they just made the thing run 5x faster, that'd be the best upgrade for my money. Come on. We got it. 4.6 is supposed to be tomorrow. I would sincerely hope that they don't, like, if it is slower, I sincerely would hope that they don't just replace 4.5 entirely. Dude. Wait a second, I know where this is. You're in Palo Alto. Who this dude? Palo Alto, not SF. I am in the Bay Area. Not permanently. I'm usually here in the summer, though. Looks like we're not going to have this done in time. So, I think we're going to call it here because I need to get to dinner. I'll probably run some idle experiments over the next day or so while I do some other stuff. Let me do a quick summary for y'all. So, the big thing that we find at the moment, right, is that there is a major issue with how PPO deals with momentum-based optimizers. That includes Atom, but also Muon. And this is at least a major part of the reason that high sample reuse is unstable. This causes a lot of hyperparameter jank, and in turn causes a lot of difficulty in sweeping hypers and getting consistent params. So major core issue with the algorithm. We found a couple references that address different portions of this problem, but nothing fully solves it. Um, I implemented a couple different things. We got some lukewarm results. There were some pretty major conflating factors with how PPO does its clipping, and that not really preventing you from making bad updates. So we now have TRPO temporarily. TRPO is very slow, so obviously we're not going to use that. But temporarily we use TRPO in order to isolate the problem down to just the handling of momentum. We're going to apply fixes here. We're going to port those fixes up to Muon. We're going to make sure that we can basically run an unlimited number of optim steps and never collapse our policy under TRPO. Then, keeping the same momentum changes, we're going to go back to PPO and get it to be stable there. And then we're going to ship a brand new fancy optim algorithm that solves all of the problems and is no longer janky hellscape RL that we've been dealing with for the past decade. That is the plan. However, that plan is going to be interrupted because I've had a good day professionally before this, and it is time to go celebrate with margaritas. So I will see you all around. I may or may not stream tomorrow. We will see. I'll definitely will be back early next week. I'll keep iterating on this. And yeah, we'll see how this goes. If you are new around here, Puffer is entirely open source. You can train agents in your browser. Well, you can watch agents in your browser, train them on your laptop in seconds. It's all here at puffer.ai. I stream all the dev for this project, pretty much all the dev. If you want to help us out for absolutely free, start the repo. Actually helps more than you'd expect. Discord's where all the dev happens. Lots of helpful people here if you want to get involved. There is actually meaningful stuff you can do with like very, very, very basic systems. I mean, first undergrad course in systems level knowledge. We got lots of demos here. You can follow me on X for more educational content. That is all.